The witness may step down.
The people rest.
Are you ready to present your case, Mr. McBride?
Yes, sir, I am. Defense calls Kerry DeLuca. Mr. DeLuca, as part of your job as stage manager,
longer applicants.
They take it one by one. Could I treat that as the first point?
Would that mean that we now have a list of 50
96 less 46.
persons?
Let's take that as the first point, sir.
Yes.
I had to get some instructions, obtain instructions on this matter, largely because I was quite unsure, even when I spoke yesterday, as to the true accuracy of my statements. But subsequent instructions have confirmed that there was a model letter sent off by the Assistant General Secretary of the NUPW to the General Manager of the National Conservation Commission, indicating that because of acute financial needs, there were some of the claimants, part of the representative action, who in acute distress needed money. I understand that, but there's even some earlier correspondence which spoke of the reason for the onset of this difficulty. But whatever may be the reason, they were in distress and they needed help.
Well, you know, that would be purely hearsay as far as we are concerned.
No, but...
The reason for withdrawal, not being put into evidence.
Hold a minute, sir. I'm just giving you some instructions I have.
Yeah, yes, but I don't want anything said in this preliminary statement that would be prejudicial to the conduct of the tribunal.
No, far from that, not at all.
Or may give the impression that it is prejudicial.
We don't even need to go anywhere near there.
Very well.
No.
But I think, Mr. Cheltenham, that we should restrict our statement to one of fact. That 46 persons have now withdrawn their names.
No, but that's the problem, sir.
All right, go ahead, let me hear you.
Yes, even if these persons have received payment from the NCC, and I'm not sure that all 46 have, because as I understand it, the payments are staggered somewhat. So even though you may have sought the payment, everyone who has sought has not received. But whatever that may be, my concern is simply this, that under the 5th schedule to the Employment Rights Act, if you receive any payment, it simply is taken into account in the final calculation. That's all I'm saying. So I needed to indicate to you, sir, that I am not going to withdraw. I'm going to ask to withdraw my earlier submission made yesterday or comment. But I am not in any position, sir, to withdraw or to indicate that I am withdrawing 46 names from this matter, given how the Act is built. The Act is built around if you're going to get $10, you got 7 as the interim payment, you'll get 3 at the end. Very simple. So I don't think I have any authority, sir.
So in other words, we are still with a list of 96 applicants.
Save and except for. But you're close to 96, sir. Among the documents which I just received, on page, there's an Exhibit A.
Which document?
From my learned friend.
Okay.
There's an Exhibit A, sir. There's an Exhibit A list of 9 names.
Yeah, there's one. Yes?
You have that Exhibit A in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Right. Now, if you see how it is captioned, list of claimants whose names were submitted as being represented by the BWU, but have withdrawn and opted for settlement. No. Submitted being represented by BWU. No. Name numbers 2, 3, and 4. In the comments column.
Randall Graves, Daniel St. Hill, and Jamal Callender.
That is correct, sir. Opted for settlement, letter received from NUPW. They would fall into the same category for my earlier submission. If they receive settlement, it is to be seen in my respectful submission as an interim payment to come up ultimately in the final accounting.
That would be a matter of law. which
No, but that's fine. It's a
which
matter
you
of
will
law.
submit, which you will
Yeah, which I
submit to me
submit.
on in the
Schedule
fullness of
5
time.
is Schedule 5 is fairly clear on that, sir. It's a larger arithmetic exercise. Now, name number 5 to 9. Those five names inclusive. Comment section says, receive settlement. I'm not too sure what that is. I don't know if that's the same type of payment as some of the others, and I maybe would have to ask the other side to help me with that, but I genuinely don't know. But these are some names. But apparently, it looks as though we may not have had those names, sir, which are, I noticed that they're in a heavy print. Hurley, Tate, Russell, Chandler, and Shepard. But however we looked at our lists, we are not necessarily seeing them.
They are not members from your 96.
It appeared they're not members of our 96, so maybe that's why they were at the bottom and particularly bold. But certainly 2, 3, and 4.
But the caption does say a list of claimants whose names are submitted as being represented by the Barbados Workers Union.
Yes, sir, but you know some of these parties, sir.
There has been some overlap.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Because if you go through the same documents, sir, and you go to Exhibit B.
Yes.
Exhibit B speaks to list of retrenched workers
Who have been duplicated.
represented by both BW and NUPW.
I read there's some duplication.
That's the point, sir. So I think this is fairly common on the industrial scene in Barbados. Fairly well known that you have people who are members of both unions. Fairly common. There's nothing startling about that. And as I understand it, just give me a moment, sir.
These two names don't matter, represented by both.
It's a quick sample, sir, of 5 of the names, 5 of the 18. We see them on our list. So we're not certainly going to disturb them. I suppose this is just for information.
Very well.
So this is why I said, so when you spoke about prejudice, I told you, there's no question of any prejudice with the rights. I'm too old and experienced in these
No
matters.
prejudice in administrative law is perceived rather than actual.
That is true, sir. But I think this is more a question of administrative tidiness and procedural regularity. So, in a sense, sir, I have been able to indicate my position in relation to those persons who have received some form of interim payment. That's how I see it.
But as I said, that would be an issue, a
legal
issue which you will address us on, whether it is interim or final
Yeah.
or no payment,
Yes.
as the case may be.
Well, that is interesting. So I'd be happy to take the final position. Or no payment. I'm quite comfortable with that. All right, so that's these two with the other documents.
Who this came from? Who submitted this? Who submitted this? Yeah, we would need some assistance in this regard from counsel for the NCC, because our document, Exhibit A, starts with the first page with 9 names. Yes, yes. The first page consists of 9 names.
That is correct, sir.
Then the second page starts again at 1. We want to be certain whether the Exhibit A comprises the whole document. Mr. Codrington? Because there is a distinction with Exhibit B that is reflected on all 3 pages, that it is in fact Exhibit B. So that would suggest that this A does or is representative of all the pages. We just wanted to clarify that.
incorporate your queries. I am not sure I'm clear on the, without contention, the point being made by counsel on the other side. It seems to me that, subject to the arithmetic, that if someone writes, whether trade union or otherwise, to the corporation and say they want to withdraw from the suit, I don't know if we are in a position not to accede to their wishes unless there's some rule of this tribunal that says so. It's a small point. But the second issue is, it seems to me, one of arithmetic. And the submission is through me. The particulars will descend on my client. They did the sorting and the putting together. And I'm going to say I want to ask for some leeway there on your part. But this was particularly triggered by counsel on the other side yesterday, and we want to satisfy as much certainty or remove the insecurity as possible, so we thought we should present some of this stuff. Now, the original ABC that you were given as exhibits, I think they came with their first, the original submissions and amended. I think that is how they came, or our initial response statements. I think that's where they came. The second set is the accumulation, I think, of all the correspondence has gone in relation to this matter of withdrawal and requesting settlements under whatever conditions. To me, short of acceding to the point that if the names are correct as submitted by the unions or whoever, and that they've withdrawn from the suit and they want to do a private settlement, there is nothing to add them to the suit. And in that case, the matter is a fairly straightforward one. You pull them out and their settlement is with the company one-on-one or through the union, however they want to do it. The rest remain in the suit. Whatever is the outcome of this suit and the remedies sought can be addressed at the level of remedy. And I think that we can do that fairly quietly among us.
Yeah, but the withdrawal of a person from a suit has to be done by the person through the person's counsel, so that it cannot be an agreement or an arrangement between parties who are not the persons themselves. So Mr. Cheltenham would have to advise us whether he has found it fit, prudent, whatever, to withdraw the names of those persons which appear on this list. He has gone already to say no, he has not withdrawn because he has other legal considerations that may affect these persons in respect of payments, damages, whatever one may.
So let me also take you up on that point, which I agree with. I would be much happier in a matter of this nature to have some clear indications, an unequivocal statement from these parties. Very short note, kindly withdraw me from the action. That protects me.
Yes, it protects you from any negligence.
Sure, you have to. You always have to be looking down the road.
But not only that, it not only protects you, it makes their status in the action official. Whether they continue to be parties to the action or mere spectators in the gallery or wherever. So that in the absence of that kind of definitive statement from the persons themselves through their attorney, we will take it that the suit represents an application of 96 persons. Is that your position, Mr. Cheltenham?
Could not put it better. I endorse everything you've said. That is exactly.
So we shall proceed as though there were 96 persons involved in the action. But I think that clarifies the matter of the list, at least provisionally, because there's still room any time before the matter is settled for a person to say, I am discontinuing. So we leave that at this point.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
I think we are going to need further guidance here from you on that. The documentation, I don't believe submitted to you, is here under the heading of the National Union of Public
Which
Workers.
documentation?
The documentation pertinent to the withdrawal of the several parties comes on the head of the National Union of Public Workers, it seems to me, just looking at it from
Which
the
one
fact
that
sheet. And
Where is that? Where is
that document,
I'll give you, I know exactly what he's speaking of. Give me a moment, sir. We ex abundante, we decided to do some additional copies. Yeah, it's been. Send. Sure. Send up the, this letter here. Yeah, this one here. Yeah. No, nobody list, just the letter. Not this. This one. Yeah, hold on, yeah. Yeah, pretty time, man. Oh, you got 3 copies?
Yeah.
Oh,
Douglas.
yeah. Sir, some additional copies are coming. Not Troy.
I just made.
Now, Council, this letter which you have just passed up to us, from purporting to be from the Assistant General Secretary of the National Union of Public Workers to the General Manager. Again, respectfully, I cannot consider this as an indication that Ms. Watts has withdrawn any interest in this matter.
Exactly what I told, only this morning around 11 o'clock. That's exactly what I told the Assistant General Secretary. Those were my exact words to you.
Indeed, the letter is copied to Ms. Watts,
But should at least be copied to me.
so that this will not, this cannot
Cannot fly.
be recognized as an official withdrawal by Ms. Olivia Watts.
So that's one, and I totally agree with that. And that's the one that seems to cover most of them. There is another letter, sir, which I will show you now, sir. So you call that letter 1 or Roman 1. I'm going to send another one, sir, very short, but worded slightly differently. Which
From
I-
Ms. Watts?
No.
From,
This
not
one
Ms.
goes-
Watts, from another person?
This one goes to, ma'am, this one goes to Troy Nichols. Sure, take your time. You're welcome. And I would invite you, sir, to have a look at that one also.
Thank you, Council.
Sure. You're welcome.
The substance is the same. Yeah. Yeah, the substance is the same, so that in the absence of a statement made to the tribunal by these persons or on behalf of these persons by counsel, duly authorized to do so, we cannot accept that there is any withdrawal from the original suit.
Yeah, very minor, sir, but I need to tell you, sir, there may be 2 persons, is that right? There may be 2 persons, and I've told Mr. Warren to kindly get on to them, have the note addressed to me in writing, even if he writes the note and they sign it, and if those 2 persons indicate that they're withdrawing, I will immediately notify council
Well,
and the tribunal.
let me state the position of the tribunal. Because the discussion here leads one to believe that some persons have at least contemplated withdrawal. We have to go beyond contemplation. Any person who wishes to withdraw from this suit must officially inform the tribunal in writing. The letter may be presented by that person's counsel to the tribunal, but there must be an official statement to the tribunal that the person has withdrawn any interest in this matter. I think that is lucidly clear. Yes, Mr. Cardington.
Mr. Chairman, I am advised, and you prepared to take direction on this. If I could sound very brief, you're saying that the NUPW through whatever means, I believe this is mistakenly behind your representative action as they understood it. I don't believe it is deliberate wickedness. But if they acted without their counsel and inform my client at most is only saying, if you say you're withdrawing and I'm prepared to deal with that, I'm prepared to deal with that. Now, the matters that follow may be correct in law. I'm not going to dispute that.
That's what we're dealing with, Mr. Cardington.
But I just wanted to be made clear that this is no machination on the part of my client.
No, I don't think it is.
I just want to be clear on that.
No, I don't think it. We do not consider it as such, and I don't think anything said by Mr. Cheltenham would vaguely suggest that there is some machination. It would seem to me that there is some little administrative slip-ups that need to be regularized if the tribunal is to be guided by them. The tribunal may only be guided by an official declaration by those persons in respect of their continued or continuing status in this matter. I don't think we need to go any further on that.
And that's the takeaway learning point for the whole room. And you're instructing the NUPW to have this study on the part of the individuals. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Yeah, in the sense that and one who does not want to participate, we have to get that in the writing and we'll communicate it to tribunal.
That can be done anytime before the tribunal has made its decision and given an order. Anytime before. Yeah, yes.
I take your ruling, sir.
Yeah, very well. Ladies and gentlemen,
minor points before you start.
yes?
Some of the documents that were handed to me, and again, sir, no criticism, I know how litigation works. I must have a short break. I've not read them. I need to speak to the gentleman on my left, and maybe the gentleman and Mr. Warren, for sure. I need to, absolutely. So you need to give me a short window, sir.
These are the documents which were just handed over?
Yes.
How much time do you need, Mr. Cheltenham?
So we normally
10 minutes?
No. I haven't read. Mitch is laughing.
You're a speed reader.
I'm a speed reader, but I'm not too sure I'm understanding so quickly. Give me the same time, sir, you gave me yesterday.
Half an hour?
Yes, perfectly
Yes.
in order.
You
Perfectly
need
in
time
order.
to read with full comprehension.
Yeah, and comprehension is a part of it.
Very well.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we will,
If my
So that's all I need.
anyway over that,
of course,
I'm prepared
of course,
the
of course.
learn directive.
Council can confer on this matter. It would be to the benefit of all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short adjournment. I don't think I got the opportunity yesterday afternoon, after we took our adjournment, to commend you for your very good behavior during the session. And we wish that this matter would continue as long as we're here, in the same vein. So we'll take an adjournment for half an hour, Mr. Cheltenham. 10 past. 10 past. Yes. It seems like a plan of action.
Have a seat, sir. Make yourself comfortable. And you have your witness statement, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now, could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Dennis Clark, Lot 2, Kendall St. John.
Dennis with two N's.
Yes, sir.
And you are a gentleman of 66 years old at this stage, sir?
Yes, sir.
As we speak, you are the retired General Secretary
Yes, sir.
of the National Union of Public Workers. And for several years, you worked at the NUPW. How many years did you work there, sir?
40 years, 10 months.
40 years, 10 months. And you held different posts when you were there.
Yes, sir.
What were the, you know?
My first post was the senior organizer. Then I was promoted to the post of Assistant General Secretary and Deputy General Secretary. And finally, in 2007, I was promoted and appointed to the post of General Secretary.
Now, in preparation for this matter, sir, you signed a witness statement.
Yes, sir.
And officially, it is dated what, the 30th of September 2015?
Yes, sir.
That was yesterday.
Yeah.
And you've had a chance to review that witness statement?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir?
For the benefit of our record, I would suggest that you refer to it as his amended witness statement.
Absolutely correct, sir.
Yes.
Grateful. An amended witness statement, that be correct, Mr. Clark?
Yes, sir.
Dated the 30th of September 2015. And you are the contents of that amended witness statement, true and correct?
True.
Correct. And you have several exhibits attached to that amended witness statement.
Yes, sir.
Could you just tell us how many exhibits there are, please? I think that was DC1,
DC1 to,
DC1, DC2,
yeah,
and then DC2 goes from some letters of the alphabet.
yeah. We
From
go to A down to F, G, down to G.
down to G,
H, sorry.
down to H, that is correct. And you also have, so DC1, DC2, A to H, and then there's DC3.
DC3, yes.
So those are the documents appended to your amended witness statement.
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, I'm going to ask for your permission just to take the witness through his exhibits, not to, just give a little background to them. That's all. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now, Mr. Clark, you have DC1,
Yes, sir.
exhibit DC1. Is a letter dated the 22nd of January 2014. Is that correct?
Correct.
From the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of the Civil Service, to Permanent Secretaries and Heads of Department.
Yes, sir.
But this is a document that you have appended. How did you obtain this document, sir?
The Ministry of Civil Service would have forwarded this document to us, as they normally do when they have circulars that affecting the terms and conditions of workers. They will say that circular, although it's addressed to the Permanent Secretaries, the Head of Department, they will send us a copy.
Okay, fair enough. And hence where you have it in your possession.
Yes.
Now, that is a document of 4 pages
Yes, sir.
with an Appendix A attached to it.
Correct.
What was the background to this document?
Government had informed the unions that due to economic situation, that it was a position where they had to reduce the numbers employed in the public service. And at that time, they had touted the amount
Just
of...
just go a tad more slowly, please.
And at that point in time, they were talking about a reduction of 6,000 workers in the public service. We would have had meetings with the Ministry of Finance. We would have had meetings with the permanent secretary ministries of the civil service, where we pointed out that 6,000 was going to create chaos in the public service for the services that were delivered to the public of Barbados in general and overseas institutions. The next meeting we would have had with the Ministry of Civil
No, I
Service.
don't need all the meetings. I just
Okay.
want to get the background to it.
So this is how this document occurred, and they eventually reduced the numbers to 3,000. Again, based on our arguments and discussion with them, we asked that the 3,000 be split equally between statutory boards and the general civil service.
Now, that is your first exhibit. That's the background to it.
Yeah?
And paragraph 6 of that document. Same document, page 3.
Yes, sir.
It's the only, you read the third sentence for me in there, please.
Persons affected will generally be temporary officers with less than 5 years service, using the LIFO and LIFO is acronym for last in, first out principle.
Now, oops. And I believe at paragraph 7 of the same letter, could you just read the first sentence for me, please?
Approximately,
No. In accordance with,
paragraph 7. In accordance with the cabinet approval, qualifying officers will receive terminal payments calculated on the basis of the provisions outlined at paragraph 2 of the first schedule of the severance payment at Cap 355A, which are attached as Appendix A.
thank you very much. Now, let us now go to the C2A.
Yes, sir.
This is a letter dated February the 12th, 1997. The National Conservation Commission to the General Secretary of the National Union of Public Workers.
Yes, sir.
Do you know the background to this letter, sir? The letter speaks for itself, but you know the background to it.
Yes, sir. We would have been a bargain agent for the workers at the National Conservation Commission. This here would have been a follow-on from the Parks and Beaches Commission that was the
Predecessor?
predecessor to NCC. And we would have bargained with persons like Lyle Carmichael and Mr. Grant. But then when they upgraded NCC, when they upgraded parks and beaches, the NCC, we continue to hold meetings and negotiate on matters other than wages and salary.
Were you the sole union there, or there was another union there?
No, as usual with these boards, you'll find Barbados Workers Union and NUPW in a joint recognition situation with respect to, if not all, most boards in the public service.
Who was Carmichael, Mr. Carmichael, and Mr. Grant?
Lyle Carmichael, he would have been the chairman, and Mr. Grant, he would have been the manager.
Oh, so that's February the 12th, 1987.
Yes, sir.
That's DC 2A.
Yes, sir.
DC 2B. Minutes of meeting held between the National Conservation Commission and the NUPW on March 6, 1997 at Codrington House.
Yes, sir.
Background as usual.
As usual, given the make of parks and beaches, it was necessary for the NCC to put in place good terms and conditions of service, which were lacking at that point in time. And they would have engaged us in discussions dealing with matters, proposed changes to the retirement age, human resource management. They would look at organization strategies, rationalize the organization structure, organization strategies, again, and human resource strategies.
Now, this document consists of 7 pages.
Yes, sir.
Let's take you through very quickly. Go to paragraph 5 on page 2. Paragraph 5, let's read that quickly first. Human resource management.
Paragraph 2.
Paragraph 2.
The union was of the opinion that the second sentence should be omitted. It, the union, was also of the opinion that the envisioned role of the human resource department, human resource management and human resource section appears limited and cynical, and opening that this section needed to be recast.
And there's also a reference, further reference to paragraph 8.
Yeah.
Let's read the last sentence, the last 3 sentences in paragraph 8.
Yes, sir. He also made the point that the proposed salary scale for the proposed posts should be upgraded. He made the point, however, that the union agreed with the concept. The chairman requested the union's help in lobbying for such changes.
No. Page 7, par 21, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's read the last 2 sentences.
Mr. Clark was of the opinion that such mechanism should be negotiated. He further stated that he would not want to see a formula recommended by the board, which they, and I refer to NUPW, were not happy with.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, document DC2C.
Yes, sir.
It's a very short letter to you from the NCC. Just read it for me. Dated 15th of April, 1987.
Further to a meeting held with the Board of Directors of the National Conservation Commission on March 6, 1997, please find a copy of the Commission's performance appraisal form for staff.
Okay. DC2D.
Yes, sir.
Just read paragraph, a letter from the NCC to you, Dennis Clark, as General Secretary, dated 22nd of June 2010.
Yes, sir.
It's captioned bi-weekly payment of wages.
As discussed, the Commission is desirous of convening a meeting with you on Tuesday, June 29th, 2010 at 9:30 a.m. at the NCC head office to further discuss matters pertaining to the payment of wages on a bi-weekly basis.
DC2E.
Yes, sir.
The letter from the National Conservation Commission
Yes, sir.
to the General Secretary, the National Union of Public Workers. And this letter is captioned, but the heading is Reduction in Pieces of Uniform for Staff Due to Financial Constraints. Just read the first two paragraphs. They're quite short.
Yes, sir. I have been directed to inform you that due to the current financial constraints, the Commission's operating budget for the current fiscal year has been reduced by $10 million. This has forced the Commission to severely reduce all line items of its operations. Therefore, with respect to the issue of uniforms, the Commission will not be in a position to issue all the pieces of uniform.
And then I believe later down in the letter, they set out exactly how they will deal with that.
Yes, sir.
Right. Just give me a moment there, please. The rest don't really matter. After the event, after the event. Now, Mr. Clark, there are defense documents. A defense has been filed. Oh, I have them. We received some letters. You got both sets? Her name again, Miss
Collins? Douglas.
Douglas. Thank you. You're so kind, ma'am, as to just. So these are the documents which we received earlier today from Council.
The letters.
The letters. Mr. Clark, Mr. Clark, Mr. Clark.
Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Yeah. So can I assume that each member of the tribunal has copies of the letters that were sent this morning by Council?
This morning?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I've put mine in chronological sequence.
We will proceed on that assumption until.
Otherwise indicated. Thank you very much. I'm starting chronologically, sir, so I'm starting with a letter of the 23rd of July, 1999. I am not sure, sir, what numbers these will ultimately have, because I'm going to assume that they will ultimately be tendered by the other side, but I'm going to use them for the time being, and I will simply make reference to them chronologically for ease of reference.
Ready, sir? Yes.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Clark, do you have the letter of the National Union of Public Workers dated 23rd of July 1999 to the General Manager, National Conservation Commission?
Yes, sir.
Very short letter.
Very.
Yeah, so we're taking them chronologically, so could I ask you to read that for me, please? Take it.
Application for joint accreditation as bargaining agent for NCC employees. And it reads, the National Union of Public Workers has within its membership a substantial number of employees of the National Conservation Commission. The categories stretch across the range of NCC employment. In light of the above, I'm directed to seek joint recognition for your employees. Your favorable and prompt reply is anticipated.
Okay, well, that's the 23rd of July,
Yes, sir.
1999. I now have a letter dated the 24th of November 1999, by the National Union of Public Workers to the General Manager of the National Conservation Commission. Very short again. Could you just read it, please?
Yes, sir. Thanks for your letter number 5034/1 of 1999-11-70. The National Union of Public Workers wishes to state that the basis for its application is the 260 employees of the NCC within our membership.
Now, hold a minute. We had these things done chronologically, but just realized that there have been.
They were copied and repositioned.
Yeah. You want 29th November?
Yeah, so just give me a minute, sir, to get them back. Very much. So I think I have them in order. So just may I step back a little then. Mr. Clark, look at the letter, because I think we now start at the 29th of September 1999. But we'll skip over the ones in November which we dealt with, but
Sure.
29th
Thanks.
of September, yeah.
Yeah.
Chronologically, that's correct. That's where it started.
And this is a response from the NCC,
Yeah, that's NCC to the General Secretary.
General Secretary. I acknowledge receipt of and thank you for your letter of 23rd July 1999. Under the above caption, I have been directed by the board to inform you that no decision has been taken as yet on the matter, and that you will be informed at a later date of the board's decision.
Okay, so that's the 29th of September. Then I believe moments ago we had started at the 23rd of July. Hold a minute, that's my mistake. July comes before September.
You started with it.
Yeah, because that's the first one. In fact, that's the one you read earlier, which says this is from the National Union. That starts first. That's correct. I got it right now. Which says that the NUPW has within its membership a substantial number of employees, and their response is the one that you just read. That's correct. Okay. So the sequence is 23rd of July, followed by the 29th of September, followed now by the 17th of November. Hold a minute. That's correct. That's correct. 17th of November. You have that one, sir?
Yes, sir.
From the NCC to you. So that's number 3. Could you just read that one for me, please?
Yes, sir. And this is a letter to NUPW. I hereby acknowledge receipt of and thank you for your letter in which you requested joint recognition as a bargaining agent by the National Conservation Commission. The Board of Directors at its meeting, which was held on Tuesday, 16th of November, 1999, in response to your letter, has asked that you show the basis for your request. The board wants to know the level of your union's membership at NCC in order to make any determination.
Good. Now, there's now a letter a few days afterwards, 7 days to be honest, 24th of November, 1999. Very short, from the NUPW to the NCC. Could you just read that, please?
Yes, sir. Application for joint recognition as bargaining agent for NCC workers. That's the caption. Thanks for your letter number 5034/1 of 1999-11-17. The National Union of Public Workers wishes to state that the basis for its application is the 260 employees of the NCC within our membership.
Okay, so that is the 24th. I take you now to 2000, 17th of January 2000. There's a letter there from the BWU to National Conservation Commission. Technically, it's submitted to us, but I'm not sure if it's really relevant for us. But I think it identifies a problem or an issue. You want to read the entire letter?
Yes, sir. It was addressed to the general manager
It was copied to NUPW.
and copied to
Yeah, so
NUPW.
it's relevant, yeah.
Since 1973, it was agreed and understood that the Barbados Workers Union was the sole accredited representative of the workers of the National Conservation Commission, then known as the Park and Beaches Commission. Barbados Workers Union has continued to serve these workers with distinction. Although we have evidence of poaching, we have not troubled you or anyone else, and we have insisted that any poach member has a right to be represented in any rights dispute touching on our collective agreement or the public service regulation in place. I wish to inform you that is, however, where we draw the line. Barbados Workers Union has no intention of surrendering our status as the sole accredited representative of the workers at your commission. Your board and our union have enjoyed an association grounded on deep and lasting respect. We would urge you to let us be true to that old-fashioned virtue and not permit any taint to set in at this time and discolor what has worked so well for the Barbados Industrial Relations System and for your commission and the Barbados Workers Union.
Now, the next letter you have, chronologically, is dated the 2nd of February for
The National Union of Public Workers to the National Conservation Commission. Very short. Can you read that, please?
Our letters in UPW 27, Volume 4 of 1999-7-23 and 1999-11-24 and your 5034/1 of September 29 and November 17, 1989 refer. The National Council of the Union wishes to be informed whether you are now in a position to confirm NUPW's accreditation. An early reply would be appreciated.
Next letter chronologically is from the NCC to the Chief Labor Officer, and somehow you have it in your, well, it's been given to you. Rejoint recognition unions as bargaining agents by NCC. Could you just read that letter from the Chief Labor Officer, Mr. George Broom? Brother, it's the other way from George Broom to Chief Labor Officer.
Yeah. There is that letter from
It's the 4th of February 2000.
the 4th of February 2000.
Yeah.
Just a minute.
Very short. From NCC to Chief Labor Officer.
Yes, sir. The Barbados Workers Union has been the sole bargaining agents for workers at the National Conservation Commission since 1973. The National Union of Public Workers is seeking joint recognition as bargaining agent. The National Union of Public Workers has informed National Conservation Commission that they have only 25% membership and directed to request you to advise the board of the National Conservation Commission on the procedure to be adopted and to further advise that you are free to carry out any surveys that you may see fit.
Okay, chronologically, sir, there's another one, letter of the 16th now, 12 days later, from the NCC to the General Secretary of the NUPW.
I refer to your letter of February 2nd, 2000 under the above caption. I have been directed to inform you that the Board of Directors at its last meeting on February 3rd, 2000 were unable to reach a decision on the matter and has referred the matter to the Chief Labor Officer for his advice.
Okay. Now, I'm assuming that advice came in a letter dated the 23rd of February 2000, General Manager of the National Conservation Commission, and it's captioned Rejoint Recognition. Could you read this one close, slowly?
Yes, sir. I write in response to your letter dated February 4th, 2000 on the above subject. I wish to inform you that while there is currently no legislation dealing with joint recognition of unions by one establishment on your statute book, on our statute book, there is precedent set for such. For example, there is joint recognition of the Barbados Workers Union and the Barbados National Union of Public Workers at a number of parastatal strokes statutory corporations, including the National Petroleum Corporation, the Sanitation Service Authority, the Barbados Water Authority, and the General Post Office. With respect to your question of procedure, 1. When a union seeks recognition by an establishment stroke company, the establishment requests the department to carry out a survey of the union membership among its employees. 2. The department requests from the establishment a list of all its employees, including job title, stroke position, working at the time of the union's request. 3. On receipt of the information, the names of the employees are checked and purged from any inconsistencies, which are noted for study or query or explanation by either party if thought necessary. 4. The list is checked against the union's records to determine accredited membership. 5. Both the company and the union are notified of the result of the survey, which is carried out by 2 officers of the department. It should be noted that recognition is usually granted if the membership is 51%. There are companies, however, which have granted recognition where there is less than 51%. In other words, where there is a substantial membership among the employees. There are also companies which do not request surveys but still recognize the union. Should you wish to have a survey carried out, please submit the names of all employees and their job titles who are working with your commission. A copy of the union's request for recognition should also accompany your list. This letter will serve to determine and verify the date of recognition when the company so grants.
Mr. Clark, you took up the post of General Secretary. On what date again, you said?
I don't remember the exact date. I will have to look back, but it was in 2007.
2007. So this
Yeah.
letter here was dated 2000. Do you have among your documents a letter from the NCC subsequent to this letter from the Labor Department that would give some indication of their conduct towards the NUPW? DC2D. Attached to your bundle.
All right. Yes, sir.
What's the date of DC2D?
DC2D, the date is June 22nd, 2010.
And what's the date of the letter from the Labor Department, giving the advice?
The letter from the Labor Department is dated the 23rd of February 2000.
What does that letter of the 22nd of June 2010, what does it want to discuss with you?
The caption is bi-weekly payment of wages.
Just read paragraph 2.
Paragraph 2. As discussed, the Commission is desirous of convening a meeting with you on Tuesday, June 29, 2010 at 9:30 a.m. at the NCC head office to further discuss matters pertaining to the payment of wages on a bi-weekly basis.
Would that be classified as an industrial matter?
Yes, it goes to the heart of industrial relations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark.
I'm not sure what you mean is, what you mean by would that be? Would what? I understand we're dealing with the letter of June 22, 2010.
I'm talking about paragraph 2, the issues of to discuss matters pertaining to the payment of wages on a bi-weekly basis. So you're asking if those matters would be...
Content of paragraph 2.
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Now, I just want to take you back, sir, just getting some chronological sequence again. As we are now moving from 2000 to 2010, that's 10 years, and we're coming to 2013. Look at DC2E for me, please. DC2E.
Yes, sir.
What's the date of that letter, sir?
November 7, 2013,
And from whom did that letter come?
from the National Conservation Commission.
What is the caption in that letter, sir?
Reduction in pieces of uniform for staff due to financial constraints.
Do you have any reason why that letter would have come to you at the General Secretary?
Yes, sir, because we were recognized as a bargaining agent. For workers at the NCC.
And hence this letter.
Yes.
Just one moment, sir. Other letter, which I did not have in my list, from which I sought the assistance of the office here. It's captioned Notes of a Meeting held on February the 17th, 2014, between representatives of the National Union of Public Workers and the National Conservation Commission. In a sense, I saw it when I came back in from my half-hour break. And it is like everything. Sorry? It came from the other side, sir. And I would just like to get an additional copy because I'm more comfortable. First of all, do you have it?
Yes, we have.
You have copies up there. I need to have just an extra copy, sir, so that as I go through the document, there's some questions I do have to ask Mr. Clark. I can have mine in front of me. I believe that little administrative...
Pass one of the three of us
Oh, you can pass one from it there.
here, so I can pass one to you.
Well, I'll pass it to Mr. Clark, maybe, sir. Yeah, that'd be bad. I'll keep mine. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Right. Thanks very much. Now, Mr. Clark, let us go back. This document Does it carry a signature? Let's start with that.
No, sir.
When was the first time you saw this document?
Today, well, just about probably half hour to 3/4 of an hour ago.
I think we saw it jointly.
Yeah, we saw it jointly.
No. Do you know what this document purports to be? It's not your document, but I'm just asking if you know what it purports to be.
Well, when I survey the contents, this document should have referred to a meeting where Brother Waldron and myself
Right.
would have called I would have called the manager based on information I had from the Ministry of the Civil Service and requested a meeting to discuss the retrenchment of 250 staff members of the NCC.
Pause a minute. Could you have a look at paragraph 12 of your witness statement and read it aloud for me, please?
I therefore call the general manager of the NCC, who met with me and Wayne Waldron, Senior Industrial Relations Officer at the NUPW, on the 17th of February 2014. It was at this meeting that it was confirmed that the Ministry of the Civil Service had asked the NCC to reduce its numbers by 250 persons. The general manager could not, however, discuss the matter in detail as he was awaiting directions from the Minister of Environment and Drainage, Dr. the Honorable Dennis Law. We therefore remain unsure how the dismissals were going to be done, who was going to be affected, and when they were going to occur.
Let us be clear. Present, look at the document again, which you have, recent vintage. 4 persons are listed as present.
Yes.
Neblett, Thompson, Clark, Warren.
Correct.
Mrs. Neblett, Thompson, Clark, Warren.
Correct.
Was there an agreed format for this meeting
No, sir.
in terms of note-taking?
No, sir.
Did you take notes at this meeting?
No, sir. Because
Hold a minute, just go, because of that. Did Mr. Warren take notes at the meeting?
no, sir.
Did you observe whether Mrs. Neblett and Thompson took notes at the meeting?
No, sir.
You know if there were any tape recorders in the meeting,
No, sir.
of which you were aware?
No, no, sir.
All right, good. No. And you said the first time you saw this document was about 45 minutes ago.
Yes, sir.
Is this document a true and accurate record of all that occurred at that meeting?
No, sir.
Tell us what parts are true. Yes, sir.
That would depend on what the other side wish to take down.
Well, that's true. But you see, you don't know who.
And the style of taking notes, and the style of taking minutes. Granted, it is their document, so it lies within their discretion, or it should be to their benefit or otherwise to throw further light on this document, the nature of it, purpose of it, etc., etc.
So, Mr. Clark, sir, I'm going to leave it here at this stage
Yes, sir.
because it's their document. No, I'm not going to leave it here. I'm not going to leave it here. No, not at all. Mr. Clark,
Yes, sir.
I take your point, sir. Very well noted, as usual. And Mr. Clark,
Yes, sir.
let's go through. The caption, notes of a meeting. It's on the NCC's note head.
Yes, sir.
Remember, we agreed it had no date. Well, it has a date.
But no signature.
2014-02-27. But no signature.
Agreed.
Was it-
Although it does say quite definitively that the document represents notes of a meeting held on February 17,
That's correct,
2014.
yeah, that's correct, yeah. I'm with you on that, sir. And you agree that you have no problem with the parties present.
No, I don't have any problems.
Next paragraph after that. Can you read it aloud for me?
The general manager of the NCC, Mr. Keith Neblett, welcomed the representatives of the NUPW to the meeting and informed them that the purpose of the meeting was to update the union on the proposed retrenchment of 250 staff from the NCC.
Oh, is that correct or not?
No, sir.
What is your comment or your version on that?
It's a misrepresentation of the facts. The Ministry of the Civil Service informed us of the 250 person retrenchment proposal. And I called Mr. Neblett and said to him that I wanted to meet with him. And I took along with me Mr. Waldron, where we started to discuss it. But Mr. Neblett said, while we touched on a number of areas, he did not have the lists or names of persons because as far as he was concerned, he had to discuss these matters with the minister. In other words, his hands were tied. So he could not discuss anything in detail because we even discussed.
That was your interpretation.
Yeah, my interpretation. Hands were tied. Right. I even throw out to him that perhaps he needs to look at Cap 384, that is the Pensions Act for statutory boards employee.
That would have untied his hands.
In a way it would, because it would have given him some leeway when he start to look seriously at these matters and when he was meeting with the two unions. But I never got. It wasn't anything that was initiated by him, but it was initiated by Dennis Clark. And the meeting did not last too long because we could not get the kind of information that we wanted because his hands were tied.
Let me put it,
Almost as if you saw them tied.
I like that, sir. Let me ask you, coming out of that paragraph, was a list of any sort presented to you at the meeting?
Not then, but only when we start to actually negotiate, if you want to call it, after the April the 30th. After April the 30th is when a list emerged.
Okay. On April the 30th,
Yeah. After that date, not on that date.
but not on the 17th or any point between the 17th and the 30th.
No, sir.
Let's come down to the next paragraph. It says the general manager indicated that discussions on the matter had been held with the Barbados Workers Union, the bargaining agent for the NCC workers, but he felt it necessary to meet with the NUPW as a matter of courtesy, since they also represented some staff of the commission.
Again, sir, this is a misrepresentation of the facts. I believe probably the timeline might be responsible, but The only time I had any other discussion with the general manager about the NCC decision was the very morning he was meeting with the Barbados Workers Union. He called me on the phone and gave me the information that he was meeting. Yes, in the 250. In fact, we heard slightly before then that they were reducing the 250. But he called and confirmed because he wanted me to know before he met with my friends across the river.
Where did he call you? At your workplace?
At my workplace, sir.
And what date was that, you remember?
No, I can't remember. I would have to go back into my notes and see if I could
Look
pick
at your
it
witness
from-
statement again, please. Paragraph 13. Let me have it.
Yeah, 29th of April, 2014.
Next paragraph says that the general manager said at this time the commission could not supply a list of names since the matter had not been finalized by the board of the commission, and when finalized by the board had to be formally approved by the parent ministry of the commission, the Ministry of Environment and Drainage. Comment, sir.
In part, I could say that when he said that he could not supply a list of names, that was correct, but there was no discussion about being finalized by the board and had to be formally approved by the parent ministry of the commission, the Ministry of Environment and Drainage. I recall clearly, we have to discuss it with the minister.
All right, next paragraph says the general manager informed the meeting that some of the staff that the commission was looking at in the preparation of the list of persons to be retrenched were those persons who, due to chronic medical problems, were unable to fully perform their duties. He indicated that it was morally wrong to select able-bodied persons to be retrenched when the organization had over 100 workers who fell into the category of being unable to fully function because of medical issues. That's another paragraph, your comment.
Taking it globally, it can be said to be correct, but it is not accurate because I indicated that I had information when I was speaking to him and I was trying to put on the table certain avenues that the institution can go to affect the layoffs. And I indicated to him that I was aware that there were just over 100 persons who were waiting to be medically boarded. And if I recall correctly, he said to me that I was correct, but they were having some problems with the process.
All right, next paragraph reads, in response, Mr. Dennis Clark said that he was fully aware of this problem at the commission, since as a member of the NIS board, he was privy to this information. He further indicated that he may be of assistance in fast-tracking the process of having such persons medically boarded.
Correct, sir.
That is absolutely correct.
Yes, sir.
Over the page, sir. There's 3 more paragraphs over the page. I'll read the next one for you at the top. Mr. Clark further cautioned the Commission with respect to the list of workers, viz. Persons with over 10 years service on being retrenched would have expectations of receiving a pension on reaching their pensionable age. Therefore, he advised that such persons should have their pensionable years stored, quote unquote, until they reach the retirement age. He suggested that the Commission seek advice on this matter.
Yes, I warned him about the whole question of retrenching officers with 10 years service or more because they would have been pensionable, and I did not accept the CCJ decision in the Winton Campbell case, but I did not explain to him.
Bold man, Mr. Clark.
Yes, sir. I know that the legal brains will tell me that.
Yes, you've fallen into the category of a few persons who are bold enough to say such.
But I have a friend sitting in here who will tell you that he also supports that because there was no reference to the Governor General in the whole exercise and the authority of the Governor General. However, we could set that aside. It is within that context that the CCJ decision that I spoke about this and the storing of pension, because UDC did the same thing with the workers when they reduced the workers, and I did not want to see the same thing happen with the NCC workers.
Was that your reference to Cap 384, which you made earlier?
Yes, that's the reference to Cap 384, the Pensions Act.
Okay. All right, so you are largely agreeing with that paragraph then, Mr. Clark?
In a sense.
But in what sense are you not agreeing with it then?
You would agree with me, Mr. Clark, that you can't largely agree in a sense. That is itself a
You have to
contradiction.
largely agree on, and that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
But there's our Bajans, we speak, sir.
Well,
So therefore, you largely agree. I'll move on to the next
I
paragraph.
largely agree.
You have been speaking impeccable English, so I think you've taken it beyond the realms of Bajans.
I'll move to the next paragraph. The NUPW representatives also spoke of retrenched persons receiving an enhanced separation package. However, Mr. Neblett indicated that he would have to seek guidance from the Ministry of the Civil Service if this matter came up for discussion in the retrenchment process.
Yes, sir. But unfortunately, we did not get the opportunity to talk about retrenchment and the kind of packages that could be offered.
Okay. So you are saying yes to this and adding more?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to be sure. And in your last paragraph, it says, the last paragraph, the meeting terminated at this point, and the general manager thanked the NUPW representatives and indicated that the union would be kept up to date on future developments regarding the issue. Is that an accurate summary of how the meeting?
Yes, that's an accurate summary of how the meeting ended. Unless you want me to go on from there.
Well, I don't know, you.
But that is not what eventually happened. We were not kept up to date.
Of course, Mr. Clark, you are restricting your comments to the authenticity of this document, as I understand it,
That's correct, that's all.
so that when you go on further to discuss what happened after, you're taking us outside the document.
Yeah.
Yes, I realize that. That's
He
why I
has
said,
another
if
document
you
there that
want
pulls him
me
back
to.
in, sir.
Yeah, well, as a general observation, at first you did raise some concerns, doubts about the authenticity, I'm going to use that word again, of this document. The way you have gone through, you agreed with some and you did not agree with some, and you said some wanted further elaboration, etc., etc., etc. Is it fair then for us to say that this document was not a fabrication?
No, it was not a fabrication, but
Not, is not, not was not, is not.
it is not.
Okay.
But you were saying something about what?
That the especially open paragraph is not accurate.
So, okay, I think you made that point clearly, yeah. And that's the opening paragraph, particularly the one that starts, the general manager indicated that discussions.
Yes, sir.
That's the one you have the biggest grievance with?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay. Now, so those are all the documents from the side.
That we have, except for the ones with the,
I have to go through
Is this?
defense now. Hold on a minute, But Look at paragraphs 14 and 15, just to complete this setting of your witness statement. Paragraph.
Yes, sir.
Just read 14 and 15, they're very short. Says-
On the morning of 30th April 2014, Wayne Waldron, Senior Industrial Relations Officer at the NUPW, received a telephone call from the workers of the NCC requesting the presence of a member of the union, as they had been invited to a meeting by the NCC at which they had been given letters of dismissal.
Of course, that is what Wayne Waldron told you.
That's correct.
Is correct?
Yeah, so you can't really say that, whether he received a call or not.
Well, my officer was not lied to me, sir.
Well, fair enough. No, I just made a comment about the direct.
Yes, sir, yes, I understand you, sir.
Wayne Waldron told you that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, I can make life easy. As a result of that, what was said, anyone from the union went to the NCC?
Yes, sir. Wayne Waldron went to the NCC.
Thank you. And just read paragraph 15, please.
Neither the union nor any of the retrenched employees was given any indication prior to that dismissal on the 30th of April 2014 as to which employees were to be dismissed or when their dismissals would occur.
Okay, that takes care of that. So this is the longest process. You want to take a short?
Yes, Counsel, if
To get a little bit fresh.
that would.
I have to go at the defense properly, because I have to put the defense to it.
Yes,
Yeah. So just give us a chance to
Let's,
stretch my.
what, Madam Secretary,
Yes, we have break.
what time allowance do we have for break? Oh, good Lord, I don't think we would need an hour, would we? What time do you, 20 minutes? 20 minutes? 20 minutes.
Put the documents to you.
Yes,
Thank you very much, as usual.
20 minutes from now throws us at about 25 to?
No, sir, I think I'm not too sure if you're GMT or Barbados. Or BMT Barbados meeting.
I should give you digital. At 3, what, 38?
340.
340, let's say 340.
Thank you very much, sir.
340.
Mr. Clark, let me say that this can potentially take quite a while. And there are timing issues with several other matters here. So at some point, I may signal that I may need to call it quits for the day. But I will see how far I can go. Mr. Clark, do you have in front of you the Employment Rights Tribunal Respondent Form number 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you have then an attachment, response to claim numbers 1 through 14?
1, 2.
Response of National Conservation Commission to claim of QT Lynch.
Yes,
You have that too?
sir.
I want to be sure that we are on the same page.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to make sure.
Should
1
it-
through to 14.
It starts her claim form 1 ERT, response to QT Lynch in representative capacity. And the first paragraph says, NCC admits to paragraph 11.
Oh, yeah.
You have that?
11, 12, 13, 14.
Make that your second document.
This will be my second document.
Yeah, make that your second document. So the respondent form is your first, and make that your second one.
Okay.
With me so far?
Yeah.
Now, make your third document. It is captioned Witness Statement of the National Conservation Commission.
Yes, sir.
Your number 3. Has 2 attachments to it. It would be a letter of the 9th of July 2014,
Just a minute.
which is
Yeah.
NCC 2,
Yeah.
and a memorandum of agreement, which is NCC 1. You have them?
I have the one of July the 9th, 2014.
July the
And,
9th, 2014, that's correct. That's NCC 2. And NCC 1 is the memorandum of agreement between the NCC and the Barbados Workers Union.
all right, let me
You
look
have
for
that?
that.
Those were the attachments. I just want to ensure that you have them. Well, you may not have that thick one,
No.
I have a copy of it.
but we have a copy which,
Yeah.
for what it's worth, you can have. Ma'am, could you be so kind, please, as to pass this to Mr. Clark? And the last document you should have is headed Form 2, National Conservation Commission Respondent Statement amended by supplementation, in parenthesis. Just be sure.
Yeah. Yes,
You
sir.
do. Right. Mr. Chairman, your members, I was
Yes.
very careful to go through all the documents that you would have for this part of the exercise. Can I assume that you likewise
We do have them.
have them in your possession?
We have them all.
Thank you very, very much. Now, let us go then in the same order in which I identified them, Mr. Clark.
Yes, sir.
The first document, Employment Rights Tribunal, Respondent Form number 2. The first page, name, address, telephone, email address, claimant's occupation, when the employment began and when it ended. You have no comment on that, I assume?
No, sir.
If you go then to paragraph 8 at the top of page 2.
Yes, sir.
And it is, the reasons for the termination of the employment of the claimant are as follows. And it states, number 1, MS Cutie Lynch, general worker, as a result of Cabinet's decision of December 2013 to reduce government's expenditure, which included a reduction of the staffing complement in the public sector by 3,000, where 2,000 persons were to be retrenched by January 15th, 2014, and 1,000 persons by March 31st, 2014. You have any comment on that?
It's a fact.
It's a fact. Okay. And it goes on, please note that government's financing is the principal source of the NCC's revenue. A reduction in the government's expenditure would necessarily impact on the NCC's revenue in the circumstances.
Yes, sir.
Fact also.
Fact.
Number 2, the impact of the decision on the NCC was that 250 persons would be retrenched from its staff complement. This was subsequently reduced to 200 persons.
That's a fact.
That's a fact, right. Number 3, the staff identified for retrenchment were all temporary workers, and Ms. Lynch fell within a group of workers. It must be noted that apart from general workers, some 13 other categories of staff were affected by the retrenchment program, namely, and there's a list there, lifeguard, rangers, artisan, supervisor, superintendent, foreman, administrative staff, driver, mechanic, caretaker, watchman, plumber, lawnmower operator. Signed, it's dated 18th of July 2014, and signed by the respondent.
Yes, sir.
Any comments on paragraph 3?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All temporary workers. And a question is, how temporary is temporary? Can someone like Cutie Lynch, who had in 10 years service, and the others who had more than 10, who would have been pensionable, are we going to regard that person as temporary, having worked for 13 consecutive years in the service of NCC? I am sure that lower courts have difficulty with that, sir.
Are you speaking to me or are you responding to your counsel?
Like that one, sir. Like that.
But watching you, sir, because you're always
That's a great line. That's a good line.
Well, I would say to you, in the absence of judicial explanation for the word temporary, I will listen to counsel and remain to be convinced by either of them which is the better view.
Thank you, sir.
And any other further comments on that, number 3, paragraph 3 there, Mr. Clark?
No, sir.
Okay.
The others here are factual. The administrative staff and the lifeguards, rangers, etc., all in
So
order.
your main point, essentially, as I understand, is that even though term or style temporary workers, there were people, in some instances, 10 years or more.
10 years and over.
I just want to be sure I understood. Thank you.
It wasn't Hollywood, was it?
No, but
No.
maybe a local version. I mean, remember in Nigeria, said have Nollywood. I believe we have Barberwood now, sir. Barberwood. That's pretty funny, actually. No, Mr. Clark, your next document would be the attachment, response to claim form numbers 1 through 11.
Yes, sir.
No. Paragraphs 1, 2, 3. Paragraphs 1, 2, you don't have any difficulty with those?
No whatsoever.
Go to paragraph 3, number 3, rather.
No, I don't have any difficulty there.
Paragraph 4 is lengthy. It said with respects to paragraph 14, subsection 6, 7, and 8, the NCC was not aware of the reasons or motivation of the complainant not accepting the proffered check. I don't think anything to this. Deposited the funds in the bank. Funds represented 1 week's pay, 1 week's. What, any comment you have on any aspect of that?
Yes, the workers would have felt that having been told that persons with less than 5 years service would have been the one selected for termination, on hearing that any reasonable person would be highly upset and wondering whether or not they were being victimized. And therefore, that would be one of the reasons why she could not accept it, because she thought then that she was not being treated fairly, given the 10 years service that she would have put in.
What about the last sentence that said that the said funds represented 1 week's pay, 1 week pay in lieu of notice, and 7 weeks, 4 days of vacation pay? I'm
Well-
interested in notice point.
Yes, I must say to this body here that the NCC has erred. If it is 1 week's pay that they give, they need to look at provision 22 of the Employment Rights Act, because she should have had no less than 4 weeks pay in lieu of notice. So they are still obligated to QT Lynch because they changed her. I believe if we had consultations, this would not have been the case.
Number 5, regarding paragraph 14, subparagraph 9,
Section 1, yeah.
has no record of the claimant's union affiliation. The point was put to her yesterday, just a matter of record. Is she a member of your union, to the best of your knowledge? Sir?
Yes, sir.
She was a member when you were the general secretary?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Paragraph 6. Paragraph 6 says, respecting paragraph 14, paragraph 10, the NCC does not agree that it failed to carry out consultations insofar as the NCC consulted with NUPW as early as 17 February 2014 and thereafter by other communication methods. So there are 2 points you have to note here: as early as 17 February 2014, and the second one, and thereafter by other communication methods which are not spelled out. Could you deal with this in two
Yes,
parts?
sir. I think before we break, I did address that,
That's correct.
that there was no consultation with NUPW in accordance to the Employment Rights Act. You see, the Employment Rights Act is a drawdown from the protocols, and a drawdown from ILO Convention 158. And I believe that anywhere along the line, if you miss one, you couldn't miss the other. And it would appear as though they've missed all 3.
What about,
But you would agree, Mr. Clark, that the Employment Rights Act is an enactment of the Parliament of Barbados.
Yes, sir. I agree, because part of the ILO arrangement is when you look at the convention, you try to place that convention within your laws. And clearly, it is the Employment Rights Act is doing that.
Are you suggesting that the Act may be better interpreted by reference to these other instruments which you speak about?
Yes, especially Article 13.1a of the ILO Convention 158 and Article 14.1 of the same convention.
Very well.
is a reference, Mr. Clark, because you certainly dealt with the consultations earlier, and thereafter by other communications methods. That's what the statement states, the defense. Can you assist us in that regard?
What they're talking about, because they did not have any consultation with us until we met at the Labor Department.
When?
Does the statute say where consultation should take place?
Nope. Sorry, I didn't answer that.
Yes.
But there is a requirement under the,
Where it should take place, sir?
No, I asked if the statute says where consultation should take place.
Well, where, in terms of-
No, I asked the question because Mr. Clark said he doesn't know about consultation, but the meetings which they had were until they met at the Labor Department.
Yeah. That is when then we knew about the list. That is when
You're saying that that meeting does not or could not constitute consultation. That's what you're saying?
the one being referred to here. But when we met at the Labor Department, that is when we first had any kind of consultation.
So you're saying that the consultation process started at the Labor Department meeting?
And not before, well, at least not with NUPW.
When you say we, who's the we you're referring to?
I'm talking about NUPW, right? But judging from what their documents said here, they would have had a consultation with my sister union across the river.
Yeah, but I am following up on your statement that you had not met with them. You had no discussion until we met at the Labor Department.
That discussion that I would have had with Mr. Neblit and Mr. Thompson, along with Mr. Waldron, I did not call that consultation because they could not tell me.
That's why I'm trying to find out whether you consider that consultation or not.
No.
Very well.
We could not get into this any specific at all.
Very well. Yes, Council.
What are you speaking of at the meeting at the, what date was this meeting at the Labor Office of which you speak, sir?
Let me go back to my notes. You know, when you can't remember all these things.
You have more time.
Paragraph 18 here, witness statement.
Yeah, if you go to paragraph 18 in the witness statement, you'll see on that we refer this matter, we declare dispute, and we would have met on the 2nd of May 2014 with a delegation from both unions met at the Labor Department.
Okay. And that was post determination of the workers? A determination of the workers?
Yes, sir.
No. What are the normal communication methods with you and the NCC, sir?
We had a good rapport, if you want to put it that way, because I would write, they would write, we request meetings, we'd use the phones, we don't necessarily have to put the requests in writing because we had a good relationship with the general manager. So that is why it was a bit taken back when he could not give us any information as to what he was doing before he got his instructions from elsewhere.
And what you are, I'm trying to understand, so you are saying that after that meeting of the 17th of February, which we dealt with prior to the break,
Yeah.
where there was the extensive note, were there any, to the best of your knowledge, were there any oral or written communications in that period dealing with the question of consultations?
Only on the morning when he called me, when he telephoned me, and I'm speaking with Mr. Nebley, and said he was meeting with the Barbados Workers Union.
Okay.
Right.
And that would be close to what date again?
That was, I got to go back to my notes that we just,
Or 13?
on the 13th or thereabout. Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay.
29th?
Yep.
The 23rd?
According to whom? Mitch?
Yeah.
Your witness statement say 29. But Mitch understand. Now, let's go over the page, Mr. Clark.
Yes, sir.
Paragraph 7. You have any comment?
At 7, as far as I I'm concerned, and the evidence led here, that there were two organizations that bargained collectively for the workers. The only thing that differs would be salaries, wages and salaries. That was done at the level of the Ministry of Civil Service, because statute boards who receive transfers from government cannot bargain in terms of salary, wages and salaries, but general terms in conditions of service. And therefore, this paragraph shows that they've left us out when we were full-fledged partners inside there with our sister union. And that was wrong. They deny a group of workers, a substantial group of workers, the right to consultation.
Okay. And I believe you've already given the evidence on what happened since 2000 with your relationship with them.
Yes.
Paragraph 8, maybe no, you have anything to say on that? It says the NC submits that by memorandum of agreement last signed on 14th of May 2010, majority union on record, the necessary consultations took place.
Sir, this confused me a bit, given statements that were made at the Labor Department when it was said that we had the majority in UPW. Numbers were more than my sister union, right? So I'm a bit confused here.
But in spite of this, the way I understand it, that you still continued to receive correspondence from them on all other conditions of work.
Yes, sir, and I believe we had tendered those documents already.
And
yeah.
yes, we touched on that. Okay, thank you. Paragraph 9. Yet further, given the sequel of meetings regarding pending termination in the public sector from 22nd November 2013 to 3rd January 2014, between the Ministry of Finance, the Civil Service Ministry, the unions, BWU and UPW included, the NCC as a board, the NCC was convinced that short of individualized selection, the NUPW was fully apprised of the circumstances of the pending redundancy at the NCC. No response, sir.
Yeah, if you're going to say that we knew that NCC was proposed to reduce that institution by 250 employees, I would say yes. But after that, the things that are set out in the Employment Rights Act, how you should go about it, the whole question of the proposed method of selection of employees, the proposed method of carrying out the dismissals, any measures that the employer might be able to take to find alternative employment. And I feel that is key. If those things had occurred, I can agree with 9, but they did not, because I'm sure we could have looked at a shorter work week for some of the employees, right? And things of those nature. But we didn't have the consultation, so we could not put the proposal. Only when we met with government, we put that in the 10-point plan for helping revive the economy. But we would have loved to do that with the NCC workers.
But you would agree, Mr. Clark, that matters as fundamental as shorter work week and things of that nature fall clearly within the purview of another body, namely the Cabinet of Barbados.
We are talking about collective bargaining, sir. A non-zero-sum game where there's no winners and losers.
Yes.
And therefore, I am sure if we are given the opportunity to put the proposal, then I know it would have gone to the Ministry of Civil Service, who would have contacted the Prime Minister, who is responsible for the public service, and they would have gotten their instructions, and then it would filter down to us, and we can negotiate from the answer.
In other words, you saw that as one alternative.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is one of the
enough.
possible options they could have had.
Fair enough.
That's all he's saying, sir. I don't think he's really trespassing on jurisdiction of anyone, but point well taken. No. Anything else you want to say on that, Mr. Clark?
No.
Okay. He said this, as previously stated, was outlined and took place in the meeting of 17 February and subsequently exhibit annex and mark NCC 2. Now, NCC 2, just let me be sure about that. Yeah,
This consultation.
but I think we dealt with this, right?
No, we haven't.
No. You have NCC 2?
I have Form 2.
No, there's one
Oh.
exhibit NCC 2.
All right, let me,
July 9, 2014, from the Ministry of Civil Service.
Package or his,
July 9.
his package?
It's in the bundle of the NCC.
Remember I told you there were two exhibits to the defense. One exhibit was the agreement between the Barbados Workers Union and the NCC.
yeah.
And the other one, exhibit NCC 2, letter July 9th, 2014.
Yes, I have that, July 9th,
So just
2014.
look at that document for me, please, from first page over to the second page.
Are we certain that we have the same thing?
Yeah, NCC 2.
NCC 2.
Consultation with the Barbados
Workers
Workers
Union.
Union,
That is
and
correct,
National
yes, sir.
Union of
Yes,
Public Workers.
that is correct, sir. We do.
Thank
Now,
you.
Mr. Clark, let me ask you a question, which is this going to take you long to go through this one, sir?
It can take us, depending on the question raised and the points that I would want to clarify, sir.
Sir,
Take us to
I can tell you up front, sir,
You mean it would depend on your counsel?
No, sir, it depends on how much I speak, sir.
even if
But
Formula One, sir, they go back
But
and
he's the
get the tanks filled
person,
up.
he's the person that has
I
you,
had my tank filled at 9:30 this morning.
he's the person that has you under control, so maybe.
Very gingerly, sir. Sir, I know this is going to take quite a while, sir, and even after this, sir, I can assure you that Form 2 will have to, and Form 2 is 1, 2, 3, 5 pages, and there are some points in there he has to deal with, sir. So I'm simply wondering whether this is a point at which we could take a break, sir, and bite back tomorrow, or whatever. So you're going to say over this?
15 minutes would disadvantage you,
No,
counsel?
15, I don't need 15 minutes. I need to eat. I haven't eaten since 9:30. That's my problem.
Pardon?
I had breakfast this morning at 9:30. So
Okay,
that's not true. If it's
all right.
4:15, I'm extraordinarily hungry.
In other words, you're asking for an adjournment at this stage.
Yeah, my tank is run out, sir. I've had no lunch since 9:30. I had breakfast deliberately because I knew we would run until late. But if I go through this, I tell you we'll run into 5 o'clock.
Very well.
And I will start to fall. If I had something in the tank, that would not be an issue. It's not a physical issue, it's just empty.
Very well. Parties, we shall take the adjournment now and resume tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Thank you for your cooperation, and we resume tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much.